Steel, heart of fire, vanquish doom, death inspire, blood moon rises, screams ignite, battle fierce, endless night.
Well, hello everyone, and we're back with more Curse of Strahd. But let's get some music going, because music is important. There we go. When we last left our heroes, our adventurers, our party, they found themselves trapped within the town of Vallaki. A town where they deemed it to be unsafe. There were a number of factors that led to this belief, and with the gates closed and there being no easy exit in sight, some of the party decided to join the conscripted militia in order to locate this mysterious beast that had been unleashed upon the town. Through numerous discoveries of allied ravens and other such hospitable creatures, Araza and Warren, while on their patrol, discovered that one of the old ladies who had assisted in running the old mill was being tended to by the villagers of Vallaki. And through further discussions, they decided that perhaps it was in their best interests to assist one another. A bargain was made, and the the old woman, Agatha, granted the party a boon. That boon itself was that they be cured of their current curses, afflictions, and ailments in return for delivering something. The remains of her daughter, Beatrix, to a place in the cold, cold mountains known as the Amber Temple. This coincided with the party's quest, in which they sought out various artifacts in order to overcome or suppress Strahd's power. But the success of such a venture has yet to be seen, or it has yet to begin. All right, so it is the morning after the bargain was made. Sorin, sorry. Sorin had purchased a pie as a means of apologizing to the party for actions made in the past. And your wagon, pulled by Betty and Tom, carries you out along the old Svalich Road back towards Kresk. A couple days travel awaits you. What do you guys do?
I recite random poetry until they tell me to stop.
Does anyone tell Araza to stop?
Nope.
Jymbo starts and he starts reciting what he considers poetry.
What is that? What is that, Jymbo? I'm curious now.
Well, there's one about a man from Nantucket, that's for sure.
I knew
And
it. I knew it.
And I
I've not
believe
heard of
there's
that one, Jymbo. Please share.
I believe there's one about a milkmaid. I can't remember those. Those are from Jymbo, not from Fish.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, that's you can find those on the After Hours channel. We don't have one of those. So you Araza, you're reciting poetry as you guys travel along, and granted, it's about 2.5 days. It's about 2.5 days by road to get you from Vallaki back to Kresk. And within the first day and a half, you notice things are quiet. What is everyone's passive perception? We'll start with Araza and then
17.
Okay, so Grimm's is 7. No, you're good. You're good. 17. Araza?
13.
Jymbo?
16?
Warren?
11.
Sorin?
15.
Okay, so Sorin, Jymbo, and Sorin, Grimm, and wait, Jymbo, what was yours one more time? I'm sorry.
16.
16. Okay, so Grimm, Jymbo, and Sorin. You notice as you're traveling along that the road that had been once blocked by the dragon that you had encountered earlier is oddly calm. In the trees lining the little cliffside, there every so often you'll glance up and you'll see perched in the trees a raven. And as your wagon continues along the trail, you see that the raven itself is kind of watching you. Its head slowly turns as your wagon goes underneath the tree branches and further along on the way.
Do you think they're watching us to be nice? Or do you think they're watching us for some sinister reason? Because I'm gonna assume it's a sinister reason because everything is evil and cursed here.
What are you
No,
talking about, Jymbo?
I think they're watching to keep us safe.
Oh, the ravens are watching us. I'm sorry.
Nevermore?
No, actually, quite a bit.
I mean, weren't the ravens from Valaki like cousins or some sort of relatives from the ravens from the winery?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they said.
I mean, I would hope that it's them, like their way of looking out for us since, we again helped them out a while back.
It's completely possible. We don't know which clan they're from. Honestly, I had no idea there was multiple clans, but hey, we learned something new, right?
Learn something new every day.
I mean,
No
aren't
way
there
that the Raven.
aren't there different clans of the Vistani?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't trust any of them either.
But
I
do you
trust the Ravens more
yourself?
than the Bonnie.
Oh, you trust the Ravens more?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Madam did give us at least some clues to help us hopefully get out of here and go home.
And she also forgot to mention the man-eating hags.
I think there are certain things that Madam doesn't really have that information to.
I mean, she sure knew about the dream pies and thought it was really funny that we exploded one. But I'm just gonna put that out there. It just sounds like I'm shooting my mouth off, like I'm Raven here.
Well, the other thing is, a clan of the Stani got us trapped here to begin with.
Maybe they brought us here for a specific reason.
Yeah, but they could have at least asked or something instead of, oh, have party with us. Go to bed, wake up. Oh yeah, now you're in a foreign land and you have no idea what's going on.
Well, I mean, if strangers asked you to help overthrow a vampire overlord, would you be going, me, pick me, pick me?
Yes.
I would weigh my options, but I would prefer the options.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Well, anyway, what about that Amber Temple? That sounds like a pretty swell place.
Listen, were you doing okay with all those curses? Were any of us, those of us that were cursed, doing okay with all those curses?
It's at this point where as you're traveling along, Vasilka kind of like perks her head up as if she hears something, and her hand moves up to kind of tuck some hair behind her ear, and you guys can notice that she's actively listening. It's not that she's eavesdropping on your conversation, she's actively listening for something.
Jymbo pulls out his bow automatically.
Would we have had a long rest since we left?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys have spell slots back, you have hit points back. All of
And-
your refreshables are refreshed.
And you said we've been traveling for a day and a half?
Yes, a day and a half, and again, you've noticed that
Okay.
it's been peaceful. You've not seen indications of outside forces that would cause harm to you. I mean, the fog is still creepy, and the sun doesn't shine as bright because of the cloud cover, but beyond that...
Can I do a active perception check to see if I notice anything?
Yes.
Can I do one too?
Yeah, we'll see what Jymbo's got, and then we'll see if you can assist him there, Grimm.
That's less than my passive. It's a 15.
Okay. All right. What's yours there, your Grimm?
18 plus. Where is this perception? 18 plus 7 is
25.
Yeah.
So, Jymbo, even you're actively looking. So obviously you're not going to go below your passive perception. This is just to see if you notice anything more finer detailed. You think you see something moving in the fog, and that's not unusual. Obviously, something is always moving in the fog. It's just whether or not you notice it. Grimm, though, you notice it. There is, it looks like a hunched bipedal form, and it, every so often it is running on two legs, and then it starts running on all fours, and then it leaps up, grabs onto some tree branches into the fog, and you see the silhouette disappear.
Did it look anything familiar to what I've seen before, or no?
It's a silhouette, but with a 25, you're pretty sure it's a werewolf.
Yeah, I think we're being tracked by werewolves, or one just ran by and up into a tree. I don't know if it was tracking us or just running through the woods. But we might have to fight more werewolves soon.
Didn't because we're close to Kresk, right?
You're about another day and a half away.
Could it also possibly be one of those creatures from the Abbey?
Could be.
It might.
Because I recall, and Grimm, I'm sure you remember too, some of them had some interesting ways of getting around.
It can't be one of them. Because they all went south.
I mean, there might be some stragglers. There were a good bit of them. Maybe some of them got separated. I mean, it's a possibility.
It is a possibility, but I also talked to somebody last night, which was kind of odd, or the other day in the Blue Water Inn. And he told me that the majority of them, oh God, what was his name? Oh, there's his name. So I have all these visions, and I had this vision of this guy, which I really forget what he looked like, but he was in my vision. And then whenever I looked over at a corner in the Blue Water Inn, he was there. So
If you physically describe this person, he has like frizzy, like almost Albert Einstein-esque black hair with like white streaks in it, and he has a silver trench coat with black accents. Very pale skin, red eyes, obviously.
but yeah, his name is Golkov, and he's also a vampire, but he's not like Strahd. He doesn't. I don't think he said that he served Strahd.
Is he one of yours?
I don't think so.
You don't think so. That's not very reassuring.
He's quirky, but he's not like other vampires.
That's really not reassuring.
Golkov is not like other vampire.
No, he is like Steve Carell. Yes. Anyways.
But yeah, he spoke to Sorin last night.
And if I remember correctly, he said that all the mongrel folk, or at least a lot of them, went to Toslenka Pass or whatever it's called.
Yeah, a lot of them headed south. He's obviously, he couldn't account for all of them, but the majority that he saw did go south.
Which is where we will eventually head.
Eventually. But he said that the majority of them will probably die to the cold in the mountains. Unfortunately.
Can we ask I'm just going to ask Vasilka. Vasilka, this person out in the woods, is there anybody that you might know?
I don't know. Haven't seen them. Heard them, but haven't seen them. If I could see, I could know.
Well, if they approach us at any point and they are a stranger, definitely let us know right away.
I will let you know right away. I'm a doctor.
You are a doctor.
You're a very good doctor, too, Vasilka.
And she just kind of smiles.
Did I ever tell you you're the best doctor that we have around here? And I'm not a sycophant.
It's also true you're not a sycophant anymore. And Vasilka, when you say that, Jymbo, she looks over to Araza really, really quickly, like, is that true? It's just like the look on her face is like, is that true?
I nod my head yes. There are doctors in different specialties, and you're very good at taking care of wounds.
Which means you will be very helpful for us. You'll be able to help us.
Exactly.
Should I give her the healer's kit?
You could. Do you give her the healer's kit?
Yeah, why not?
As you hand it over to her, Grimm, it's in a neat little like case, like almost like a little small wooden case. There's vials and bandages and everything inside of there. But as you sit it down, she sets it in her lap, even as the wagon's moving, and you notice that she opens it up, and it looks like she's taking like a quick physical inventory of what's in there, and then she starts sorting. Like she's moving vials around, and she's moving some of the bandages around and sorting it and making it look like a little more presentable. From the state in which you guys had it, it's like a lot of times things are like snatched out of it and used rather quickly and thrown back in without much of a care. Not like throw it in there so it can break. It's just like, oh, just put it somewhere where it won't be damaged right away, and then we'll get to it later, but then you never get to it. It's kind of like that. But then she just starts sorting it, and it's almost meticulous at how she's sorting it.
Now, if there's anything in there that you think you are running short of or that you're out of, we'll do our best to keep an eye out while we're out and about. Maybe there's some herbs we can find in the woods, or maybe we'll be thrifty.
And she looks and she taps 2 vials. One is a vial of mint, and the other is it looks to be a small vial that's got like some kind of salve or balm in it, and it looks like it's running low. And she just holds those up.
Well, mint shouldn't be too hard to find. It's a pretty abundant herb. While we're traveling around and about, we'll see if we can find some.
And she just nods. And she puts the vials back in, closes it up, and she just lets it rest on her lap. She puts both palms flat on the top of the case so that way it has a smooth ride. But your days and nights go by pretty quickly. And eventually you come back to the town of Kresk.
Yeah, I completed the book.
That's right. You would have had the whole manual studied by then.
Yay!
But yeah, you finish reading the manual, and we can go ahead and apply the benefits of said manual.
Yep.
I don't know if the item lets you do that on your end, but I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I did. I clicked on the manual of quickness and of action, and I clicked on it, and it upped my dex too.
All right, awesome. Well, then that's already taken care of. I don't have to worry about it. Less for me to manage. Thank you. So you guys arrive back at Kresk, and even though it's been over a week, long over a week, the ruins of the Abbey are still smoldering. Smoke still continues to rise, not in the thick volumes of when it was first destroyed, but there's still faint little plumes of smoke that carry up, and you can see it from the road. And as you enter Kresk, it seems as if it's business as usual there. Townsfolk are milling about, handling what they need to handle. The guards don't give you guys any issues because they know you guys. And what do you guys do from there?
Maybe check in. I would at least check in with the Burgermeister and see, if there's any, I don't want to say gossip, but like any rumors or anything that they may need, since we're actually going to be heading south towards the winery. Like maybe we could pick up a shipment for something and then, on the way back, drop it off.
It's funny that you say that, because as you go to check on the Burgomaster to offer to fetch some wine, you see the other wine cart, the other cart that is the sibling cart to your own. It is being unloaded by the two younger members of the clan that runs the winery, the Martikovs.
A long time no see.
And they give you a nod. It's like, sorry, can't talk right now. We have to get this unloaded and get back to the winery. But hope you've been well.
Do you need help?
A few extra hands couldn't hurt.
I'll go to help unload the wine.
Okay. And they start unloading like small little like pony kegs. And these are like the little personal casks of wine that go to like the burgomaster and whatnot. But then some of the other townsfolk, looks like there's strips of paper that are kind of like tacked to them that have like names and whatnot on them, and then like a little address, like there's a name, an address, and then a quantity. There's like a number. And the youngest son basically tells you, he's like, don't touch those ones. These are the only ones that go here, and then we're gonna move ahead a little ways and we're gonna unload those ones. They're basically giving you direction because you don't work for the winery. He's just assuming that you're not gonna know exactly where things go, but they appreciate the fact that you can lift them.
Yep, I'll follow their lead.
Okay. So Warren, you're doing that. What's everyone else doing?
Should some of us head up to the Abbott place to
the
look
Abbey?
for the holy symbol?
I mean, we could. I would still like to check in with the Burgermeister first. See how he's doing.
Go ahead, have some of us talk to the Burgermaster and the others start looking. Because you don't know how easy it's going to find, or if it's really exactly there, or it might be just somewhere in here.
Well, I say at least I'm gonna go check in with the Burger Man, and then we can. Then I plan on going up and digging through some ruins.
Okay, so Araza and Jymbo are gonna check in with the Burgomaster. Grimm,
I'm gonna go visit the Abbots. Oh.
No, you're good, Sorin. You're good. So you're gonna go up to the Abbey?
No,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll
go.
go up.
Okay, hold on. Everyone's talking over one another. Sorin, what are you saying there?
I'm gonna go visit the Abbot's grave.
Okay. All right, so you're gonna go visit the Abbot's grave. Grimm, what are you doing?
I'll bring Rusty with me, and we'll go up to the Abbott's place and start looking through stuff. Maybe put out some fires just so that if it doesn't keep burning.
Okay.
You should take Vasilka with you, if she'd like to go.
She nods. She would want to go.
Okay, the three of us then will go. And
Okay, so I'll start with the Burgomaster, and then I'll jump to Sorin visiting the grave, and then we'll head up to the Abbey for that portion. Is that all right? I'm going to assume that's all right.
Quickly before you start that, I'm going to set up the psychic link.
Okay.
With Araza, Sorin, and Warren. just so we could all communicate. And that'll last for 7 hours.
All right. 7 hours of mind talk. All right. So, that being said, after the link is established, the Mardikovs start bringing in the casks of wine, and with the assistance of Warren, it's done rather quickly, and then the burgomaster actually steps out to talk to all of you. He says, "Oh, hello, friends. Hello."
Hey, Burger Man, how's things been?
I wish I could say they've been good. The screams haven't stopped. But the wine helps keep the screams at bay. And you can see that it's early. Like, I'm talking like maybe 8, 9 a.m. in the morning, somewhere around in there. And it looks like he's on a second and or third glass of wine.
Well, we were actually going to go up to the Abbey. We are on a... I don't know how to put this. We're on a mission, and I guess one of the things that we need, the abbot had. So we're going to be looking through there. If we come across any survivors that are still there, we will definitely take care of them.
I know that the abbot had a big heart, and he cared deeply for those who sought safety and refuge within the Abbey. While we can't offer much, if you do come across anyone, and it's been some time, obviously, if you come across anyone who needs aid, we have another empty home, should they need it. And he finishes his glass of wine, like, almost, he just guzzles the whole thing down.
What do you mean another empty home? What happened?
What usually happens, there was someone who they couldn't take hearing the screams anymore, and they fled, and our men found them.
Was it anyone that we've met before?
And he rattles off a name. It's Ilya. You don't recall the name. They said that they couldn't take the screams. They'd come by and I don't want to say they complained. It's a very valid thing to mention, especially when you hear it night after night after night. And they made it past the gates and a little ways down the road, and well, and he looks as the Mardikov's wagon is moving on to the next home to start unloading. He says they happen to find her, and while we don't charge rent, we don't charge any property fees or anything of that sort, the home will sit abandoned unless someone takes up residence in it.
Well, if you need any help maintaining the home, I can help with that. That way, whenever it goes to a new owner, it'll be in pretty good shape.
And he reaches to a side table and grabs a bottle, and he starts refilling his glass. And he kind of smiles, but the smile soon fades to a line across his face. If we were so optimistic to believe that the home would need to be upkept for someone new, things are looking bleak. And unfortunately, all the answers I've sought have not been at the bottom of any of these bottles. These are my people. I'm to look after them. And I've done nothing but assist in their misery. I can't help them in the way they want me to help them.
Well, let us ease some of that burden off your shoulders, friend.
It is a heavy burden.
Well, the way I see it, Kresk is our home while we are here. And, you know, when you're part of a community, you look out for one another. Again, if there's anything that we can do to alleviate some of the burden off your shoulders, please don't hesitate.
And he nods. He actually sets the bottle and the glass down, and he walks further into his home, goes to a little bureau, and he pulls out a few papers, and he starts like shifting through them, and he finds one, and you see him, he grabs a small pair of spectacles that he puts onto his nose, starts to scribble something down on the piece of paper, and he rolls it up and he hands it to you, Warren. He goes, I hadn't given you the deed yet, but there you are. He says, now if you'll excuse me, I have work that I need to do.
Jymbo reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder. Now, I tend not to be the most optimistic fella, but I'm pretty sure within the, let's say, the next half a year, things are going to get better. You can count on that. There's a change a-coming, and it's going to be a good one. Let's just say this land will recover.
I think that I would like to see, or at least feel, the heartbeat of this land again. Or at least a trace of a pulse.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. But let's just say there are other ways of making the land come to life.
He just looks at you. You can tell that there's some understanding that he's trying to grasp, but the alcohol is keeping him from doing so.
Just don't lose hope. It's the only thing we have when we're surrounded by curses.
He nods. He says, yes, that's very true.
Oh, and sharpened spoons. They help sometimes too.
Sharpened spoons? And he's he kind of looks he looks more confused now than he did initially.
For the werewolves.
Oh,
when you have to fight them.
Oh, well, yes.
I mean, when I have to fight them, you don't have to fight them.
And he just nods. He nods and lets you speak profoundly on potential peace and calming words of what is to come in this land. So shifting from that, Sorin, you go to visit the abbot's grave. What do you do once you're there?
Do we make him like a little tomb, like a, what am I trying to say? A tombstone?
I'm pretty sure that Warren made a I think Warren made like a little, not like a cross, but like a piece of wood that's got like just the abbot written on it or something like that. I don't think you put him in an unmarked grave. I do think that you guys put something on it. From my recollection, you did.
Wasn't his grave near the new gazebo too?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Warren definitely would have done something during all of his handiwork.
But Thor's just gonna sit there and put his hand on the grave and say, "My old friend, I'm sorry I could have been there to save you, and if they wouldn't have just opened their mouths, you could have still been here. I don't know whether or not to hold a grudge against them or not to hold a grudge. But I know that I will make it right to you." And at this point, he's just going to start talking about everything that they're going to do. Like, we're going to go find all these relics to help us take down Strahd. And maybe once Strahd is defeated, you can forgive me for not being there. And then he'll just sit there and quiet for about another couple minutes before he gets up. Kind of just like a dead stare at the grave, but he was definitely crying. And then he'll make his way to the gate that leads up to the Abbey.
Okay. Sorin, would you consider Sorin a religious man, or someone who would buy into the concept or the overall belief of higher powers and things of that nature?
Well, I would think that he would have served the Morning Lord back then.
Okay.
I would assume that he would still do it, so.
There is a moment in your contemplation with the abbot's grave. It's near the gazebo. And you see that there is there's a fleck of light that just happens to peer through, and it reflects off of something, whether it's like a piece of metal or something like that, but it almost has a prismatic rainbow-like quality to it, and the light itself kind of touches you. And as you're saying apologies, "I'm sorry I wasn't there," I'll make it up to you. You feel a presence near you, and you feel, and it's not a weight. I don't want to call it a weight, but you feel a hand on your shoulder. And there's a gentle squeeze, as if to say, it's okay. And then if at any moment you go to like regard what is there, or what you feel, it's gone.
Okay. Yeah, as soon as he felt the squeeze, he definitely would have went to go try to grab at whatever was giving him that light squeeze on the shoulder or whatever.
Yeah, it was like a little comforting squeeze, and then you go to put your hand up there to like to just like feel the presence, and it's gone. Like you, in fact, you don't wear gloves, do you?
No.
So you go to put your hand there, and for a moment, the faintest of moments, a beat even, it almost feels as if there is a warm hand there, but your fingers go right through it back to your own shoulder. There's a brief moment where there is physicality there.
Cool. And like I said, I'll just head towards the other gate and wait on the others.
Okay. All of this is happening pretty much simultaneously. So as Warren and Jymbo and Araza are checking on the Burgomaster, and Sorin is checking on the grave, Grimm, are you, Rusty, and Vasilka already on your way up to the Abbey itself?
Yes.
Okay. So you venture up, and it's a long, cold, twisty road. There's not been any fresh snowfall. A lot of the path is kind of like if you've probably experienced some form of like frozen mud in your lifetime at some point. So like the mud itself is now frozen and just kind of hard, from where old footfalls had made their presence, and now they're like little footholds that, you know, assist in your climb towards the Abbey. Once you get to the top, where the smoldering ruins are still smoking, and you can feel heat coming off of the Abbey. Like these stones, you know, they were hot when you guys went up there initially because, well, of course they were on fire. But there is still an unnatural lingering heat to these stones weeks after this had transpired. So what do you do?
Is there any snow on the ground?
There's a little bit of snow. Like I said, there's no fresh fallen snow, but there's still snow on the ground because of the elevation.
I will grab some snow and kind of like put some snow on the rocks just to see how warm they are.
So you pat some snow on some of the rocks. So the snow doesn't melt like instantly, but as soon as it touches it, you can tell that, you know, the snow starts to go transparent, and then it just becomes water within like a minute or less.
Okay.
Now that's just assuming that you're putting like a handful of snow. Like if you put like a big, like frosty sized snowman ball of snow on it, then it takes a minute. But if it's a small one, then
just like a handful, put it on just to see if I go to move the rubble, if I'm just going to start burning my hands to try and move it.
No, like I said, there's an unnatural heat coming from them because the stones themselves should not still be warm, especially not at this elevation, not so long afterward. The stones are warm. At least the ones that you're around. It's hard to say if you'll encounter ones that are hotter, but you don't know yet. You don't know that yet till you start moving them.
Okay. I have 3 sets of fine clothes. Do any of the sets come with like gloves or anything like that?
I mean, they do, but they're not like work gloves. They're like the fine silk satin gloves or
Okay.
velvet gloves. Like none of them are work gloves.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you could layer up three sets of gloves if you wanted to, but they're not going to give you a lot of benefit there.
What about I have a set of traveler's clothes.
There would probably be some utilitarian gloves in there. I would say so.
Okay, then I'll take the gloves out, put them on, and tell Rusty to start at one side, and kind of just split the 3 of us, up into each kind of have a little section and start trying to move rubble, try and find a holy symbol in all this mess.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Because I'm going to determine basically what end of the Abbey you're working at, and then if you're able to locate more.
I got a 27 using a psychic die.
Okay. You take a look, and obviously the whole Abbey is a ruin now, and it's difficult to determine where you want to start. But you start moving some stones, and you've split yourselves up into 3s. So Rusty's working at one end, Vasilka's working at another, and you're working at a different portion. But you see that Vasilka's kind of like stepping over some rocks, and it looks like she's guiding herself somewhere. And it gets to a point where she's like almost center of the Abbey, roughly, or where obviously it's a ruin, but she's in the center of the rubble, and she just starts digging there. But you notice that she's completely avoided like other areas, like the gate where Warren had walked in, where that's all crumbled. The little sanitarium portion where you had peeked in and seen that flesh golem before. You see that's being avoided, but she's gone kind of like almost dead center of the Abbey. And she starts moving rocks, and I mean, she is like shoveling at rocks with her bare hands. And that's like, she's doing so with purpose.
I will walk over there and call Rusty over too, and help her try to clear out as much stuff out as possible.
Oh, all right, yeah. And then he goes and he starts digging along with her. And as you guys are digging, she says, "A place where sickness and madness are bred. A place where sickness and madness are bred. That's where it is. It's there." And she just keeps digging and digging and digging. So I need you to make a few strength checks for me.
Ooh.
Because you're moving heavy stone. If you're athletics, and like if you're trained in athletics and it'd be better than your strength check, you may use that instead. But unfortunately, you cannot acrobatics rocks out of the way.
Yeah, I don't have anything good with strength. Just gonna look through the bag full, and if anything, I could see that might help me.
A shovel or a pickaxe, maybe.
I do have a shovel.
Okay.
Mm,
So while you're digging, Jymbo, Warren, Araza, and Sorin. Sorin, you're waiting at the gate at the foot of the pathway leading up to the Abbey. Warren, Jymbo, and Araza, what are the three of you doing?
I figured if we're done talking to the Burgermeister, we'd make our way up to the Abbey.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that was what I was under the impression.
Okay. I just wanted to verify. So, as Grimm and Vasilka and Rusty are tiring away, moving heavy pieces of masonry and old burnt timbers and things of that sort, Sorin, you meet up with the other three since you're waiting at the gate, and I assume that the four of you make your trek up, and once you get to the top, you see the three of them just kind of digging away at some of the stone.
I yell out, "You guys okay? Did you find anything?"
I think the Soka might have found where the holy symbol might be. Gotta move a lot of heavy rocks, so if someone's really strong, I might be able to help.
I'll make my way over to where Vasilka and Grimm are excavating, and I'll help.
Okay. Grimm, just to see the amount of progress, I want 3 strength checks from you.
Okay.
Let me know if any of them are below a 10.
2 of them are.
Okay. Okay, out of the 3, which ones are below the 10? Is it your first couple, or like the first and the third, the second and third? Which ones?
The first and the third. The first one I got 1.
Oh.
Second one I got 14, and the third one I got 8.
Okay. So as you're scrambling over some of the masonry, some of it kind of slips and your foot kind of gets pinned. And Rusty has to come over and like move some of the rock to make sure that your foot doesn't like get crushed. And then you're working alongside them to move more stone. Not a lot of headway is made. There's a lot of rock here. But and then on the third one, you go to move one of the pieces of masonry, and it ends up getting stuck a little bit more. It kind of gets wedged in between a couple more stones, and you kind of have to chip away at it. And that's about the time you hear the others. You hear the others make their way up and call out to you.
I could use some help.
Oh, sure. I'll help you out.
Yeah, and I'm making my way over too.
Okay, Warren and Jymbo, if you're going to help start moving some big rocks, I need strength checks from each of you.
How many?
Just one for right now. This is, I had Grimm do 3 because he was working on it while you guys were doing other things.
19.
19. That's a good one. That's a good one. What you got, Warren?
5.
Okay, Warren does not move much stone. Warren, you run into the same issue that Grimm runs into, is like the masonry. Some of it's loose, and you go to move it, and you kind of like lose your footing, and some of it gets wedged in somewhere else. Jymbo, however, you find that assisting others is an easier way to start moving heavy pieces of block, and you start kind of shuffling it around, and you start to make a little bit more progress. Just to kind of expedite things a little bit, I need everyone who's digging, I want a strength check from. One more.
Oh boy.
12.
Okay.
I got 12 too.
Okay.
I got a 19.
Okay.
10.
Okay. Sorin, are you moving any stone, or are you just watching?
No, I'm just watching. I have a negative, so no.
Yeah. I mean, it is 100% okay to realize that physicality is not something that a wizard might have.
Unless you have some
you
kind
know-
of spell.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't prepare mold earth, so.
What about like
no, I mean,
telekinesis?
I'm pretty sure that's 4th level.
Oh,
but-
what about mage hand? That's what I was thinking. Because isn't it like 5 pounds?
Yeah, mage hand can
Oh,
lift
you know
5
what?
pounds.
Can carry or wait. It can't carry more than 10 pounds. So, you know what? Yeah, sure. So, can I make a strength check with the mage hand?
Yes, you can attempt a strength check with the mage hand.
All right, let's go. Oh, dude, that's a 16 minus 1.
Okay.
So 15.
Okay. So nothing that anyone did was below a 10. So progress is made. Among all of you, you start to shuffle through the rock, and you're getting a more detailed, I don't want to say detailed because, everything's ruined, but you get a better layout of the way the Abbey was set up, because the bases of the floors, the walls, and in the area in which Vasilka had begun to dig, you're noticing that there were, you're seeing more furniture that's been crushed. You see, and actually, Warren, since you are a carpenter by trade, I'm gonna let you make a perception check. I'm gonna let you make a perception check here to see what you see.
6.
A 6. A lot of broken and splintered wood. Probably chairs, tables. But there's a few odd ends. There are thinner spindles. There are thinner rails. Things that you wouldn't use for a chair necessarily, but probably like a what's the word I want to use? Probably a type of container, like a bassinet. But you see like smaller pieces of wood for things like that.
Oh, geez.
as you're trying to pinpoint it, Vasilka's just kind of like shoveling more rock. And again, she is a lot stronger than she looks. She's probably got a very high unnatural strength. But she starts like picking up bigger pieces of masonry, and you see that there are indeed like shattered cribs, but there's no trace of humanoid or any such remains of that regard. It's just like it's like a vacant nursery. And Sorin, as you're kind of plucking things with the mage hand, kind of picking up just 10-pound rocks and just like kind of setting them elsewhere, you get another flash of memory as Vasilka kind of like scurries down to this little area that's now been unearthed, and it's of a pristine abbey. You see that there are people who are kind of walking alongside of you. They might be priestesses or priests in training. They're wearing like the nun habits and like the wide white nurse habits that some priestesses and whatnot would wear, and they lead into what appears to be a nursery. And this is obviously like during the time in which you had a pulse. And you notice that there are a few like cribs, and there are these nuns that are taking care of children in here. And there's like nursemaids, expectant mothers, and they're just kind of like sitting around, and it looks like a very peaceful time despite everything. And then as soon as you get that flash is gone, and you're back to this ruined room. And Vasilka just kind of like starts rifling through the stone, trying to find something, or trying to get some of these cribs and bassinets kind of like unearthed. Or unburied, rather.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, Grimm, you have the psychic link open with Sorin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's all in that link one more time? You, Sorin, and
Everyone except Jymbo.
everyone's okay. So, as Sorin gets this flash, it actually resonates through the entirety of the psychic link. You all get like a flash of like nuns in a nursery, except for Jymbo, and then it just disappears. And to your knowledge, everyone, this is the first time you've had a shared vision outside of a dream.
Is everybody okay? You guys just seem to like zone out there. The entire group. It was real weird.
You mean you didn't see it, Jymbo?
I mean, there's rock here. I mean, it's pretty interesting, I'll say. But you seen one, you seen up. Well, you seen a rock.
Would I have known where that vision originated from, or no?
For you, Grimm, I would need you to make an intelligence check to determine if you knew the origin of such a vision.
Okay. 11. That'll be a 12.
A 12. Seeing as that it wasn't a vision that was forced upon you, it would be easier if someone who was trying to like give you a thought, but this one was just kind of like an abrupt, hey, here it is, and then all of a sudden it shot across it like a message through a telegraph, like beep, and then it bounced to one person, bounced to the other, bounced to the next. That's all that you're able to determine, is that it bounced around and then it was shared amongst those in the link. But
Okay.
you can't determine who it came from.
Based off what Jymbo just asked us, I assume you guys also experienced that vision with me.
Yeah, everyone that was linked up saw that. I'm not sure what to make of it.
This was a nursery. Well, clearly, as you saw it in the vision, but I mean,
Like before this place burned down, it was a nursery for the weird mongrel people.
this was before them, Jymbo. This was with the other people who were here in the Abbey with me so long ago.
Hey, Vasilka, when you were a doctor before you were with the abbot, did you work here?
Vasilka, she pauses, like she's got a big piece of masonry in two hands, and she's holding it as if it doesn't like weigh anything. And as she considers what you've just asked her, she genuinely doesn't know. She says out loud that she doesn't know, and then she drops the rock. And then she just kind of like wanders to like an empty portion of what this room was, and she's in deep thought. And you notice that her right hand reaches up to her left arm and kind of like idly rubs at it. And then she looks down at her left arm. And then she starts like examining like the odd stitchings and stuff that comprise her arm.
I think when the abbot said that Vasilka was the key, maybe helping Vasilka remember who she was is the key.
That's, I think, what Madam talked with us about.
I don't know. I can't remember what she was saying. I mean, she was clearly conspiring against me.
Make my way over to Vasilka and just calmly ask her, "Are you all right?" Because she's looking at her arm.
Yeah, she's looking like intently at her arm, and she kind of like flips her arm. She doesn't flip her arm over, but she like slowly turns it to where like instead of you looking at the back of your forearm, you would look at the underside of your forearm closest to your palm. And she looks around for a moment, and there is a crushed portion of what appears to be a cabinet or maybe a locker of sorts. And she doesn't answer you, Araza, but she kind of walks over to it, and she hefts a piece of stone away and opens up the remainder of whatever this container was. And inside are some like old, rotted, ratty habits. and she lifts them up, and you see that these are like hospitaler robes. And she just kind of holds them up, and they don't look like they would fit her, but then again, they're in such a disorganized and frayed state that it doesn't look like it would clothe anybody. And she's like, they cared for people here.
Are you remembering something, Vasilka?
This was the nursery. Mothers came in here. They helped them.
Did you care for the mothers?
Or were you a mother?
No. I wasn't a mother. And obviously, she is not just pieces of one person. Because they're in her facial features, you know, she's got like stitching across her face, so like some skin doesn't match other skin tones, and the shape of her is kind of a little malformed, but she picks up the nun habit and the hospitaler robes, and she kind of clutches them to her chest, and then she looks to Sorin, and as she walks over to you really quickly, like almost unnaturally fast, and she says, "Can I see what you see?"
Sword, I guess. I don't really know how to do that, but
But when you say that you don't know how to do that, she kind of like her shoulders kind of slump, and she's like, "Oh."
Grimm, can you reset up the telekinetic link and include Vasilka?
What was that? You kind of cut out for a little bit on my end.
Can you reset up the telekinetic link, but include Vasilka?
Yeah. It's up for 2 hours. We'll have Sorin, Vasilka, and throw Jymbo in it so he could see it now too.
Okay.
And I'm going. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask Vasilka to give me her hand.
Okay.
Actually, give me her hands.
Okay. She holds out her hands.
And I mean, it kind of worked the other night in the Blue Water Inns, but I'm going to think really, really hard about that vision.
Okay. I need you to make a general intelligence check for me, please.
Oh, dear God. 17 plus 4, 21.
Okay. It's over a 20, so it's going to work. Because this is hard to do. You're trying to pull on memories that might not be your own. You recall the little flash of memory, and you see that it is more detailed. At least now that you've got a shared link with someone who might have been there. You see the nurses kind of walking in and out, And then you see this one nurse. She's a young woman, probably her early 20s. And she smiles as she reaches down into a bassinet and picks up a child. The child itself is swaddled in a plain white blanket. And the child is carried to a wet nurse. It's carried to a wet nurse and allowed to be tended for. And you see that the young nurse is standing there. Her hands are kind of like folded in front of her. And for those who are not part of the psychic link, that would be Warren and Araza, you notice that as they're sharing this vision, Vasilka's hands kind of fold in front of her. They've released from Sorin as they're sharing this memory, and her hands kind of fold in front of her. And as the vision fades, Sorin, Jymbo, and Grimm, you also notice that she takes on that same positioning. And Vasilka just lets out a sigh.
Everybody okay?
There was a vision like you were describing, but it wasn't Sorin. It was somebody else.
Now, with the shared memory, Vasilka's just kind of standing there, and now she's kind of gone motionless. And Sorin, you're standing right across from her. You were holding her hands, but at some point she had let go during the vision. But you look into her eyes, and she almost looks catatonic. Like she's completely lost herself.
I will kind of wave my hand in front of her face and say, Vasilka, are you okay?
And she doesn't
That woman.
she doesn't move or react.
Oh.
Do we hear any of her thoughts?
Are you delving into her thoughts?
Well, as the psychic link hooked up with her, I don't know if she is just like projecting over the psychic link and we could just hear her thoughts.
So, in many cases, when you relay a message through your psychic link, it's almost like through a walkie-talkie, except you don't have to go over and then end your end of the conversation. But with Vasilka, it's almost like a low hum of like white noise. It's a low hum of white noise until an actual like thought crosses her mind. Case in point, when she's trying to think of words to say. When she thinks of them, there's the low hum first, and then the words come. And then you guys hear the words before she says them. But in terms of actual thought, it doesn't seem to be much there. She doesn't have surface thoughts. Everything she has is deeper.
Can I cast detect thoughts
You
and
may.
probe deeper
You may.
into her brain? It wasn't a useless spell. I knew I had it. Okay. Anyways.
Detect thoughts is a good
there.
spell. It's actually a very useful spell.
Yeah. I very much enjoy it. How do I do this? Whatever. Anyways.
So with detect thoughts, obviously you're going to want to try to probe deeper. Because again, detect thoughts initially is just going to give you surface level thoughts. When you initially cast it, the thoughts bounce around from, and think of yourselves as cardboard cutouts, okay? And I'm talking like if you had been painted onto a piece of cardboard. That is how she perceives you guys. Like the surface level thoughts, it is like cardboard, like Sunday school play prop is what you guys are. You are two-dimensional in her mind. And you know, it kind of shifts from you, Sorin, to Warren, and the way that she perceives you is you, Sorin, she sees like it's like a black cloak, but then there's your face within a cloak, and then like just two fangs sticking out over your mouth, and it's just very crudely drawn. And then with Warren, it looks like he's like a Hercules strongman with his arms up and then kind of like just smiling and friendly. With Jymbo, it's literally just a little white rabbit. It is like like, I'm not talking like an anthropomorphized rabbit. I'm talking like just a small white bunny rabbit. Is
it covered in blood?
No, it's just a white rabbit. And every so often, it'll like hop, but then when it hops, you see that it's like on a stick, and it's like being moved by something, and you're not sure what it is. With Grimm, she sees this small human with this really large, like Santa size sack that he's carrying around. And then with Araza, she sees this, it's almost like it's a mix of like the abbot, but if the abbot were a rock star. Because she tells like poems, she says poems and things like that, but that's just like what Vasilka sees, and it's like a school play, and the cardboard's just moving very oddly and stiffly. But that's the surface level thoughts of what she thinks, because you guys are in the immediate area.
Out of character, I'm glad she thinks I'm a rock star.
So, obviously, I assume that you're going to probe deeper. The target has to make a wisdom saving throw. So I'm going to make the wisdom saving throw for her. What is the save? It's 15? Yeah, 15. So let me go ahead and roll that. She fails the save, so you are able to go deeper. So, excuse me. What are you trying to determine from this one? Sorin? Like, what are you looking for specifically? Are you trying to find her reasoning or her emotional state or anything like that?
Yes, all of that,
Okay.
actually.
Okay. Which first, so I know what to describe to you. Which first? Her reasoning then, or what?
Her emotional state.
Okay. Right now, her emotional state, she is somewhere between confused, but also remorseful. Like there's some kind of confused remorse there.
Is my mic still working?
No, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. And then her reasoning.
Her reasoning.
I guess.
So what she's trying to figure out is if she is the nun in that vision. And as she's trying to figure that out, like you're focusing on her thoughts, but you can obviously still perceive her physically. You see that the stance she had taken before is now like more awkward. It's almost as if she's trying to replicate it. Like she's focusing on it, but she's trying too hard and she's not getting it right now. It seemed more natural to her when she wasn't thinking about it.
Okay. Interesting. Don't really know what else to try to learn.
Okay.
But
with that though, so I'll give you a little bit more here. So she not only is she trying to like reason through like, is she this nun that's in this vision? You can tell that she still has strong feelings towards the abbot. And as she's focusing on that, you see a cardboard cutout of the abbot kind of wander in, and he's got this smile that's got like a sparkle drawn onto it, and he's got like this radiant halo over his head, and his robes kind of look like a feathered pattern, like wings. And he's got one hand out like in the peace be with you motion, and as that one makes its way onto the stage, quote unquote, you see Vasilka physically in outside of the realm of everything. She runs to embrace something, but there's nothing there for her to embrace, and then all of a sudden the link is just abruptly dropped as all thoughts are gone. But still sharing the psychic link, those who are in the link see what Vasilka sees. She's focusing on her own surface thought of this cardboard cutout play, and then that flashes to all of you who are in the link, obviously. I'm assuming while all this is going on, there's still more excavating being done by hand. Warren, can you and Jymbo make an investigation check for me, please?
$17.
6.
Okay. 6 is obviously not much. Jymbo, you're kind of like looking at rocks. You're like, I don't know what I'm looking for. Warren, your hand comes into contact with something, and it is a sharp something. You almost recoil your hand, and while the pain doesn't, the pain registers quicker to you than anything else, but then another flash is given. You see this abandoned nursery as a whole, as it once was, and you hear a commotion, and you see 2 young women, one of which is wearing the nun habit and the hospitaller robes, and there's another woman who her hair is a black weave of beads and jewelry. She's got this very colorful outfit on, and she's tugging the nurse along, and she's pointing frantically to one of the bassinets, and you see the nurse, she's shaking her head, and the girl is frantically pointing to the bassinet, and then she gives the nun a shove, and then you see the door swing open and something lunges into the room. It knocks the woman in the colorful outfit over, and there seems to be a struggle, but the camera pans and focuses on the nurse, and the nurse takes what's clutched to her chest, and as she's laying on the ground, she looks up and sees the underside of one of the bassinets and tucks something underneath of there. As she tucks it under there, you see whatever had leapt onto the to the woman before leaps onto this nurse, and the nurse is promptly torn to shreds.
Araza, you zoned out for a second. Did you find something? I found this arrowhead. And Jymbo holds up just a regular rock that's a little pointy.
So the vision was something tucked underneath one of the bassinets, right?
Yes.
How many bassinets do I currently see?
Well, they're all smashed, but 6. There were at least 6 in here.
Wait, was that Araza who had the vision, or did Warren have the vision?
It was Warren who had the vision.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about we rephrase what I said, and I ask if Warren found something, and I hold up my arrowhead. That's not an arrowhead.
I look at the cut on my hand, and then I look in the general direction of the rubble, and I'm going to, like, gingerly with my other hand try to move it aside to find whatever cut me.
So
and I'm relaying what I experienced to Jymbo and Araza.
okay.
Wait. So what you're saying, Warren, is there's something under the bassinets?
Something under one of them. The nurse, she had something, and she tucked it underneath the bassinet, and then something burst in and attacked her, and maybe one of the mothers. I'm not sure. But it must have been important enough for her to hide it.
Yeah. I'm gonna start looking underneath the bassinets that we can see.
Okay.
Jymbo as well.
Okay.
I'll join too.
Okay. As you're all scouring, within moments, Warren, you relay what's going on, and you said that you got a sharp pain in your hand, and you find that there is a silver dagger that your hand has come into contact with. The dagger itself has a symbol engraved upon the hilt, and that symbol itself looks to be that of a raven. But Araza, you're scouring under the bassinets, and you happen to find a it looks like a silver sunburst, and you try to tug it free, and you hear the chain kind of rattle as it's stuck on something, and with a little bit of just like a tug, the chain itself snaps, but the symbol itself remains whole. You see that there's a symbol itself. It's not just silver, it's platinum, and it's shaped like a sun, and there's a large crystal embedded in the center. The crystal itself is that of a blood red gem. And upon touching it, there is a comfortable warmth to it. And glancing into the gem, even as you turn it in this kind of, well, it would have been a dark room, but now it is like an open air ruin. As you turn it, you see the light of the would-be sun trying to beat its way through the clouds as it makes contact with the gem, and you can see that there is genuine sunlight. There's genuine sunlight being radiated from the gem itself.
Guys, I think I found it.
Nice. I found a dagger.
I walk over to Warren and I hand over the symbol that I found. Does this feel warm to you?
Does it, DM?
Oh yeah. Anyone who touches it feels comfortably warm.
Like, not the warmth of somebody who just touched something metal and its residual heat, but like, I don't want to say unnatural heat, but
Okay. To give an anachronistic description, it is if you had taken a blanket fresh from the dryer and enveloped yourself in it. Like if you were to wrap yourself in a blanket fresh from the dryer, or put on a sweater fresh from the dryer. It's warm, it feels comfortable, it's cozy.
this may be what we're looking for. And I show Araza the dagger that I found with the raven, and it's like, do you get any vibes off of this, since you're of, a certain inclination?
It's a very interesting looking dagger you found there.
I think it found me, and I kind of show her where it nicked my hand.
Oh,
I mean, it'll definitely come in handy if there's werewolves around.
this is true.
Looks way better than a sharpened spoon.
It does.
Indeed it does.
And it looks like it works better too.
To save on working through it, it is just a silver dagger. It's not magical, but it is a silver dagger, which will be effective against were creatures.
Doesn't matter where we stab the creatures.
I mean, maybe. So you locate the dagger, and the holy symbol is definitely magical. Like, there's magic, like, I don't want to say like there's magic pouring off of it, but it, just holding it and knowing that, you know, you're in a very cold place, that you're in a place of inhospitable evil, that something that feels and appears this way definitely has to have something enchanting about it.
I start to ritual cast identify on the symbol.
Okay. 10 minutes goes by, and you find the following. The holy symbol has 10 charges and regains 1d6 plus 4 charges daily at dawn. It never exceeds 10, though. It can hold vampires. As an action, you can expend 1 charge and present the holy symbol to make it flare with holy power. Vampires and vampire spawn within 30 feet of the symbol when it flares have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target is paralyzed for 1 minute. It can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns to end the effect on itself. You can turn undead. If you have the turn undead or turn the unholy feature, you can expend 3 charges. When you present the holy symbol using that feature, when you do so, undead have disadvantage on their saving throws against the effect. Or sunlight. As an action, you can expend 5 charges while presenting the holy symbol to make it shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. The light is sunlight and lasts for 10 minutes or until you end the effect. No action required. And that's what it does.
Does it need attunement?
Let's see. Wondrous item, legendary, requires attunement by a cleric or paladin of good alignment.
Well, it's definitely Araza's then.
Yeah.
No, I think it's Jymbo.
Jymbo multi-classes in the cleric just to use a holy symbol so he doesn't curse anymore.
Oh, no. I wouldn't multi-class. I'd bang it against, like, my thigh to get it to work. Why is this thing not working?
That would be a very Jymbo thing to do. I would think that, you know, with enough moxie and gusto and a little bit of good old-fashioned ingenuity, Jymbo could get it to work.
Yeah, but all the effects are reversed. Instead of attacking people, it attacks him.
Yeah, the lights go out instead of like sunlight. Just the lights go out.
Blinded for like 1d20 rounds.
It just reinforces the idea that Jymbo's cursed.
He gets paralyzed.
But yes, it requires attunement by a cleric or a paladin of good alignment. And I think Araza is of good alignment.
Yes, I am.
So she could attune to it, and then she would be able to utilize the abilities listed within.
Okay. I will attune to it.
Okay.
Does this relic have a specific name? Well,
Yes.
it's not a relic, but this item.
I'm going to put it into your inventory because that is something I can actually put into your inventory.
Sweet.
Doing that as we speak.
Anybody want this dagger, or do you think there would be more silver weapons hidden amongst the rubble?
I think you
think we
should hang on to it. I know you use your fists a lot, but just in case kind of thing.
I mean, I have no problem holding on to it.
I do think we should search the rubble and maybe we find more silver weapons, or might get lucky and find some warmer clothes too.
I doubt clothes would survive the fire.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that too, but we're here, might as well maybe search a little bit. I get something.
We also should figure out a way to take care of the smoke and also find the source of the screams. Like we need to take care of that because otherwise the entire town's gonna go crazy.
I thought it was already crazy.
Can I start ritual casting detect magic as well?
Yes. So you ritual cast detect magic, and you're just trying to find like other sources of magic that might be within the
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna center it on me, so that way, whenever we walk around, I'm just constantly detecting magic.
Okay. Let's see. As you walk around, there's an old bedchamber, and there's a golden statuette. This room itself is still, collapsed in upon and broken, but there's a golden statuette that does radiate magic. It looks to be a statue of Saint Markovia.
What kind of magic?
Enchantment magic.
I'm gonna leave it because I feel like that it would be disrespectful to take it.
Okay. Continuing to walk around, there is a there is a portion of the floor that is radiating conjuration magic.
Okay, I'll go over to that portion of the floor.
Okay.
And actually, no. I'm gonna be 10 feet away, but I'm gonna cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand to lift up that part of the floor.
Okay. So it is just portions of the floor. So it's just stone, but the stone itself is radiating the magic.
Oh. Can I pick up the stone with the Mage Hand?
No. Because it is part of the floor.
Oh. Okay, well. Sure, I'll go over there and walk. Walk over by the conjuration magical stone.
Okay.
Just see what happens.
So I need you to phrase to me exactly what happens. Like, are you walking near it? Are you walking onto it? What are you doing?
I was going to walk near it, and if nothing happened, then I was going to walk on it.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. You walk around it, nothing happens, you set foot on it, and you disappear.
Huh?
You set foot on it and you disappear.
God almighty.
So I think this is a good place to take a break. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take our quick break, and then we'll come back and I'll determine where Sorin has gone, or I'll let everyone else know where Sorin has gone. So guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. We shall return. Say 5 minutes. Is that good for everybody?
Works
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
All right. So, chat, go ahead and refill your water, take a bathroom break, grab snacks, and we'll be right back. And we're back. So I have a question, Sorin. When you were like rummaging around, right, and doing detect magic, did you let others know that you were doing this, or did you just kind of wander off?
I mean, I was assuming that I was with other people. But...
Okay. So, as you guys are scouring for like other magical things, you guys watch, whether it's at a distance or rather close. Sorin puts his foot on a piece of stone on the ground. Looks to be some of the flagstone floor, and he disappears. And it's like, it's not like Star Trek teleporter, but he definitely phases out of this existence. He's gone.
I will try to reach him on the psychic link.
How far is your psychic link?
1 mile.
Nope. Not like you get dial tone.
Then I'll just go. We have a problem.
Where'd he go? Where'd Sorin go?
Oh, what do you mean problem? What's going on? Somebody need healing? Anybody hurt?
Unless you could heal someone that just went poof and disappeared and is more than a mile away from us. Because that's what Sorin did.
I mean, he does a lot of
Right?
magic stuff. Did he just go invisible?
No. He stepped. Did I see what rock or what he stepped on?
Oh yeah.
I will point to the rock. He stepped on that and then disappeared.
So you see Grimm basically point to a section of the floor, because again, it's part of the flagstone floor. You see him point to a section of the floor where Sorin was, and again, Sorin is gone.
Is there a pebble I could toss on it and see if that disappears too?
Yeah.
I will do that.
All right. You toss a pebble. The pebble does not disappear.
Okay.
I go step on it.
You disappear.
Somebody had to do it.
Why did it have to be the cleric? All right.
Are we all going to follow, or are we going to wait here?
As Grimm says, wait, Jymbo runs forward onto the where everyone disappeared at.
You disappear.
So it's just Warren and I that are left.
Warren,
And
Grimm, Rusty, and
Vasilka.
Vasilka, upon seeing 3 people disappear, screams.
I go over to her and I just explain to her it's magic. There must be some magic stuff going on.
She's not paying attention. She is screaming.
Then I'm just
blood-curdling scream.
Then I'm just gonna do my best to, like, try to, I don't know, calm her down or something. Or just, I don't know.
Okay, I need you to make a persuasion check since you're trying to calm her down. So Grimm and Warren, are you still staying behind? Because I feel I need to describe this room now.
I got a 17 on persuasion.
All right, Vasilka. She, again, inconsolable. She is just screaming until her voice cannot carry it anymore. You're pretty sure she's probably ruining her vocal cords.
I'll just look to her and go, I guess we're following them too. And I will...
I can't leave her alone like this. Because she doesn't understand.
Hmm.
Nope, not that one. Continue. Just don't mind me.
Screw it. I'll tell Rusty staying here and watch over them. I will go and step on the rock.
Okay. You disappear also. As everyone...
I stay behind.
Yeah, as let me finish. As everyone disappears from sight, Warren, you and Vasilka and Rusty kind of stare on at this portion of stone. It's almost ominous. Not only because of what it has done, because you don't know that they've been teleported. You don't know magic. For all you know, they're gone for good. If there was any psychic link connecting you to anyone else, it was gone. There is an abject silence in the remains of the Abbey. The skeletal frame and structure of it. And even though the remaining stone, masonry, timbers still radiate with an unnatural heat, everything is cold. There is a chill that runs up your spine. And for a moment, despite being among others, you feel alone. The following room is a 30-foot square, rising to a 20-foot tall flat ceiling. Stone brazier burns fiercely in the center of the room, but its tall white flame produces no heat. The rim of the brazier is carved with the 7 cup-shaped indentations spaced evenly around the circumference. With each indentation is a spherical stone, twice the diameter of a human eyeball, and made of a colored crystal. No 2 stones are the same color. Overhead, a wood-framed hourglass as tall and wide as a dwarf hangs 10 feet above the brazier. suspended from the ceiling by thick iron chains. All the sand is stuck in the upper portion of the hourglass, seemingly unable to run down into the bottom. Written in glowing script on the base of the hourglass is a verse in common. 2 9-foot-tall iron statues of knights on horseback, poised to charge with swords drawn, stand in deep alcoves facing each other. The brazier sits between them. Sorin, you were the first to arrive, followed by Araza, Jymbo, and Grimm. What do you do?
Where are we? And Sorin, why did you lead us here?
I didn't lead you guys anywhere.
You're the one who disappeared on us.
Yes, I didn't know that stone was going to do that.
Okay, so where are we? And how do we get out of here? You guys still think this is part of the Abbey?
I do not know.
I'm guessing we gotta figure out something with that uh flame thing. Can't remember what it's called.
Is it a brazier?
Yes.
Yes, that word. I think something has to do with that, and to be able to unlock something or for us to get back.
So are you saying we have to go up there and fiddle with that brazier?
Don't just randomly touch something, because if you do, something worse could happen.
I mean, I'm an expert at fiddling with braziers. I've never done it before, but I'm an expert.
Oh, really?
Okay, Jymbo, keep both your hands in your pockets at all times.
Jymbo keeps both hands in his pockets.
At all times or just for this moment?
At all times.
Okay.
It's just walking around like not even the front pockets, the back pockets. Looks like he's in the straight jacket.
All right.
So, Sorin, is there anything magical in this room?
Yeah, his detect magic is still up. So the brazier's flame is radiating magic. The door is radiating magic. And the 2 statues are radiating magic.
What are they all radiating, sir?
I keep forgetting that this is the thing I have to describe. So the door is evocation magic. The brazier is conjuration magic, and the statues are radiating transmutation and enchantment magic.
Yeah, so Jymbo, seriously, don't touch anything. Here real quick. Can Can I go over to the door and cast Dispel Magic on it?
Yes.
So at least that one's out of the way, because evocation is normally really, really bad.
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so dispel magic on the door.
Yes, on the door.
Okay. What else do you do?
Well, right now I was just mainly worried about the door.
Okay.
So, other than that, I don't really know.
You want me to check
you
the door for traps?
I would suggest that you check everything for traps, because I know that everything is magical except for the door now. So,
I will first check the door for traps.
The door is trapped. It was magically trapped. If the door was to be opened, something would have gone off, but now that is dispelled. You're not sure what, but it would have been bad.
So the door's not trapped at all anymore.
No, but it is locked.
I will pick the lock.
Okay. I need you to make a sleight of hand check.
I got a 13 with a psychic die.
13 with a psychic die?
Yes.
Not enough.
Okay. So keep the psychic die. I'll try it again.
Okay, I'll let you attempt it again. What's everyone else doing while Grimm's trying to pick the door?
Jymbo has his hands in his back pockets.
Okay. Is Jymbo looking at anything? I assume he doesn't have his eyes in his pockets.
Yeah, I'll do a perception check to see if anything strikes me as unusual, or I guess, what am I going to say, out of place in a weird trap room?
Okay, what doesn't look like a trap in the trap room? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead and make that check, please. 20. Okay, very good. Again, there's writing on the base of the hourglass, and then there's also the multicolored stones that look like they fit into the brazier.
Can I read the writing?
You can.
What's it?
It says, cast a stone into the fire. Violet leads to the mountain spire. Orange to the castle's peak. Red if lore is what you seek. Green to where the coffins hide. Indigo to the master's bride. Blue to ancient magic's womb. Yellow to the master's tomb.
I think this might be a teleporter. It wants me to throw a bunch of stones in there. I got this arrowhead, but I'm not allowed to take my hands out of my pockets.
I was told not to do something. Jymbo listens.
Okay, so Jymbo, read that again out loud this time.
And
Okay,
slowly.
Jymbo. You know what? Jymbo's going to read that. Okay, it says there's a blue spire and a yellow diamond, some tombs and wombs, and here, how about somebody else read it? I get all confused. There's not enough pictures.
Okay, I'll go over and read it.
I will as well.
All right. let me get this copied and pasted for you guys. Oh my god. I love Jymbo so much. Okay. Oh, I have to cut out some stuff so it doesn't tell you exactly where you guys go. All right. 1 second. Continue to talk amongst yourselves as you read this thing out loud.
Well,
Because I have to make a creative edit.
Well, I can't unlock that door right now.
So what do you guys think this means?
I think you take one of the stones and you toss it in the fire and it'll teleport you to that place. And I'm guessing maybe there's the places across Barovia. and
And I'm going to put it in the actual chat too.
it's able to quickly zoom us around the world.
Well, not just around the world. It seems like everything is probably related to Strahd. So Strahd-related places. I'm assuming that the where the bride is probably going to be the monastery, and Castle Ravenloft's on one of those. And I can only assume the womb is some wet, gross place I don't want to go to.
So if I'm
Oh.
reading this correctly, if we want to get back to where we were, we
Mhm.
need an indigo light.
Yes.
Do we all have to go?
Are you saying you want to stay?
No, but I would throw in a different stone.
Where would you want to head off to?
The green stone.
You go to green, would you be able to make your way back here?
Well, just like we found out with that stone on the floor, and you guys followed, there's only one way to find out.
You might only have an hour in the past or the future because of the hourglass.
The wizard's tower was at Lake Baratot, right?
Lake Baratok? Yeah.
Or at least, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
So yeah. So what do you guys do?
I, for one, think we should go back to the church to get Warren and Rusty and Vasilka. Not Vasilla, that's a different thing.
So, Soren, you want to go to green to see if it'll take you to your past?
Yeah. I mean, if need be, I can always just wait for you guys before I do it.
I mean, I kind of want to see what you look like as a not vampire. Wait, will we accidentally run into you? Is this going to be one of those paradoxes?
Jimbo can't read, but he knows what a paradox is.
Oh, Jymbo can read. He read lots of books at the monastery. But Jymbo has the attention span of a flea and would rather use picture books.
That's fair. Okay.
Or should we go to the future that we seek? And right now, what we seek is to destroy Strahd. Maybe it'll show us more of where we have to go.
Hmm. Is there an abundance of stones to be tossed into the fire?
So it is. There's only like one stone of each color. There's only one stone of each color, and the flame itself does not give off any heat. So basically it's, well, you're not sure how it works. You just know that the flame doesn't give off any heat. And there's one stone of each color.
Can we just like take regular stones and paint them? Or like, do you have that prestidigitation spell where you can just make them different colors?
I do not.
I mean, I have my calligraphy set, but all I can do is paint it black.
So what do you guys do?
I will go up to the brazier, and we want to go to the church and collect everyone else. I will touch the indigo gem on the brazier and see what happens.
Okay. If you're just touching the gem does nothing.
Does it feel like I could pluck it off?
Yeah.
Okay, I will take the indigo gem off and go, well, hopefully it comes back here, and I will toss it into the fire.
All right. As soon as the stone makes contact with the fire burns a bright indigo. And it continues to burn. As soon as it starts to burn, the hourglass sand starts to trickle down.
Okay. I was correct with, if we go to the future or the past, we got an hour to visit. I guess think how it'll work is if you step into the fire, it will send you there.
Yeah, basically you touch the flame and you get the result you wanted.
So is the hourglass the timer for how long it'll be that color?
Yep.
Mm.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought an indigo was kind of like a green color.
So you chose the indigo one that takes us back to
Yeah.
church?
Yeah. Should we all go back, or well, we could all go back, discuss it, and then we could all come back in here and see where we should go next.
Hmm.
The timer
So I'm gonna
continues to
put
go
my-
down.
I'm going to put my hand in the flame.
You disappear. Important question for Warren. After everybody disappeared, what did you do?
I mean, I'm just trying to make sure that Vasilka is not left alone while she's having her panic attack.
Vasilka, essentially, she has screamed so long and all in one breath, she has completely destroyed her vocal cords. Well, not completely destroyed, but she's done it to the point where she can't talk.
It's like I'm not sure it's such a good idea to wait here for too long. Because what time of day is it?
Well, it's taken you guys hours, like literal hours to start, excavating rubble by hand. You guys don't have heavy machinery. You don't have anything outside of your own arms and whatnot to move the stone. So it's taken you hours to even get this far. So it's all like it's almost night. It's almost nighttime, and Rusty's just kind of like keeping a vigilant eye, metaphorically speaking, to make sure that nothing sneaks up on you guys, despite Vasilka's episode. But I guess my question is, did you leave the area?
I would have liked to have left before it got too dark, and we'll just head back to the house.
Okay. So they were only in that room for a short amount of time. So you would have stayed with Vasilka until when?
Until she stopped screaming, because while she was screaming, I probably wouldn't have been able to move her, or
No.
if I tried to move her. So it's just like I kind of had to wait it out.
She actually still does not budge. She still does not budge.
It's like we can't stay here. It's getting dark.
Yeah, we
they come
really
back-
shouldn't stay here.
If they come back, which I know they'll find a way to come back, they'll know where we are. So if we go back to the house, Rusty, could you stay here and let them know where we're at?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's like Rusty's gonna stay, and he's going to take them back to the house when they come back. But I think we need to go back, and we'll come up with something. But I promise you, I'm not gonna leave you alone.
Okay. So by the time Grimm teleports back, Warren and Vasilka are gone. Rusty is there, and as soon as you reappear, Grimm, he's like, Grimm, Warren and Vasilka went back to town. They didn't think it was safe to stay out here at night.
Okay. That was a interesting place that we went to. I think the rest of the group's going to be coming through soon. So I'm going to hang out here for a couple minutes, see if they come through. If they don't, I'll head to Warren and then go from there.
Okay. So the timer is a 3-minute timer. Does anyone immediately step through after Grimm does? Or do you guys wait to see if the sand runs out?
I wait to see if the sand runs out and if there's another indigo stone that reappears.
So what happens is the sand reappears in the top of the hourglass. The flame goes back to white, and the stone reappears in the slot.
Okay, it's good to know that the stone reappears. So, Sorin, did you want to try the green and we can see how long it takes for you to come back?
I mean, sure.
Jymbo, you good?
I mean, I can go with him if you want me to.
That's up to Sorin.
I don't think you want to go where I'm going to be going.
Okay, then I will stay here. You know, I kind of want to go to the future, though. I probably shouldn't, though, because I do tend to mess things up.
With that being said, Sorin's going to go to the green stone and throw it in.
Okay, the flame goes green. Timer starts.
Well, so hopefully seeing you guys again. And I touch it.
All right, you disappear. This large...
As soon as he disappears, I look at Jymbo and I go, "You're definitely right. This place is definitely cursed."
Yeah, hey, do you want to go to the future?
What is it? I want to know where we're thinking future. What is this? Anyway,
We're going back to the future.
So, Sorin, this large drafty room is strung with cobwebs and takes up most of an upper floor. Stacks of wooden planks lie amid several crates marked junk. As it is almost nighttime, you see that...
Can you restart real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're fine.
My thing cut out.
No, you're good. Sorin, this large, drafty room is strung with cobwebs and takes up most of an upper floor. Stacks of wooden planks lie amid several crates marked junk. As it is almost nighttime, and you find yourself among these crates, the smell of packed earth assails your nostrils. 6 crates open. Because it is time for them to feed. These creatures dressed in regular clothes, some of them finery, some of them peasant clothes, but 6 wide-eyed, feral-looking creatures emerge from their coffins and focus upon you. What do you do?
Oh God Almighty! I go invisible. I cast invisibility.
Okay.
Oh, son of a gun!
Okay, you go invisible. And the creatures, all 6 of them, continue to lurk around the room. You saw it, didn't you? Yeah, I saw it. Blinked out in a whiff of an eye. Maybe it's still here. Maybe it's just hiding. Come out, come out. And they start sniffing the air.
Is there any windows?
Nope. This is a closed off attic.
I don't know what to do. Someone's gonna die. Well.
So I need you to roll initiative, Sorin.
Oh. Okay.
Invisibility
Good luck,
takes
Sorin, you got this.
invisibility takes away your ability to be seen but not smelled.
Okay.
So give me your
Alright.
initiative, please.
That's a 22. So.
Okay, 22. Okay. I'm just gonna have them all go on one turn because I figure the action economy is not in your favor here. They go on a 10. So it is your turn. There are 6 vampires spawn in a tight room. If I were to describe this room exactly, it is 15 by 30. But it is littered with crates. Most of the crates are these makeshift coffins. And there is a door. The windows themselves are extremely boarded up. You would have to break through those to get out through a window. And that would take up precious time. And it would also give away your location. Your invisibility wouldn't drop, but it would give away your location if you started like prying off boards on the windows.
Well. I mean, regardless, I need to get out.
Yes.
But,
yes.
you know, I could give away from my position while invisible, or I could just throw out a fireball and cause a massive explosion through the wall.
You could. Whichever one you want to do.
Would you... Would you allow that to make a hole in the wall?
Well, yeah, if it does enough damage, yeah. it's got structural hit points for a reason.
Oh no. How far is the doorway from me?
From you about 10 feet.
10 feet?
Mhm.
Oh god, it's quite blocked. Shit.
Because you're going to get your movement and your action and your bonus action, and then all 6 of these things are going to get to go.
Wait.
So, Okay, waiting. Waiting.
Let me see real quick.
Okay.
I might have an idea. Are there cracks within the windows?
No, they are boarded up to make sure that there are no cracks. If there are cracks,
Okay,
they are
what about
very,
the
very
door?
minute. There's a slight crack beneath the door.
Okay. I can't see out the window at all.
No.
Like the tiniest of minute. No. Okay.
No.
Would you allow me to misty step behind the door?
I mean, Misty Step requires you to... Well, you don't necessarily have to see where you're going because you can go under the door. But if you're casting it as a spell, are you doing it as your ability or a spell? Because if you're doing a spell, it's going to drop concentration on your invisibility, isn't it? Or are you still
it's definitely
going to
give away my position, but
okay.
Yeah, I think that's greater invisibility, maybe.
Okay. I mean, you can do it. You can do any of those courses of action that you spoke of.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to go over to the door while invisible.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Misty Step.
Okay.
So I'm on the other side of the door.
Okay.
I think that's a lot better idea than blowing a hole through a wall that I don't know where it goes. So
okay.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to... So that was my bonus action to do that.
Uh-huh.
10 feet of movement. So am I on the other side of the door?
Yes, you are. Behind you, behind you on that side of the door. Let me describe this as you're making your way through. Behind you is another door, and then to the left of you is a staircase leading down.
Can I action dash down the staircase?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Misty Step was a bonus action for you.
Yes.
And you had cast invisibility before we rolled initiative, so yes. Yes, you may.
I should still have 60 feet if I did it directly, because 10 feet to get over there, and then because I dashed, that would give me another 60.
So as you dash down the stairs, you are met with another door.
Is it locked?
No, it is not locked. You open it?
I'm gonna cast.
I mean, this is still within your turn because I have to give the vampires a go. So you're dashing,
okay,
you're opening the door.
Yeah. So I don't have anything left, but yeah, I'll open up the door. Sure.
Okay. Arranged haphazardly about the floor of this musty L-shaped room are 13 wooden coffins. Now the vampires get to go. As you make your way down and into the room that is filled with more coffins, you hear the shuffling and shambling from upstairs. The door swings open, and you hear the footsteps of them scrambling down the stairway to where you are. They are using their moves to dash. That is their entire round. So now it is your turn, and you are in a room with 13 coffins with 6 vampires behind you. Now what do you do?
Is there any more doors?
Yes. So there's a door to your immediate left. There is a door to your right along the wall, and there looks to be an entryway across the room.
Really outside? Or I don't know that.
No, say one more time. You kind of cut out on me. I
don't know.
apologize.
Check it out. Is it an area?
You're still cutting out on me, friend. I apologize.
Mighty. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Jesus.
Let me just. Hello? Okay. Is it an entryway that leads outside?
It is a door that is more fashioned to be an exterior door than an interior door, so yes.
Exterior door. Okay, how far away is it from me?
From you, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to move 5 feet.
Okay.
So I'm within. I'm going to move 5 feet, so I'm within 25 feet of it. And are there any cracks, bars? Like, what is it? What kind of door is it right now?
Okay, so it is a wooden door, but from what you can tell here, all of the windows and shutters are closed up tight, as well as the door itself. It looks like there are barely any gaps. There is no light that can get through.
All right. I'm moving the rest of my 30 feet across.
Okay.
Now
the door is locked from the side in which you are on, so it is to keep people out of the building, but people in the building can leave.
People in the building can leave, so I can just open it?
Yeah, you can flip open the lock and leave.
Okay, I do that. I go.
Okay.
Do I still have my action?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm dashing. I'm booking it. I'm
Okay.
booking it out.
Okay. You return to the streets of Vallaki. No. Meanwhile,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
you hear the screams of the 6 feral creatures you left behind with the door wide open. And as you look back, you see them scrambling on all fours, running out into the wilds. They are now hunting. Maybe not for you, but they'll find something fresh and warm soon. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Araza, Jymbo, you guys are still in the you're still in the room, and the green stone returns after the timer runs out.
I don't think he's coming back.
Why do you say that?
Well, because the stone just returned. We were thinking if he went to the past when the timer ran out, he'd just like appear back here. Maybe he found like what he was looking for in the past and now he's gone.
Well, from the looks of it, it's a very short timer. So, if I were to use my brain correctly, I'm thinking that this room will teleport you somewhere. But wherever that teleports you to could be a very different part of this lovely country they call Barovia.
Wait, so there's no time travel?
I don't think so. I don't think time travel exists, but I could be wrong.
Oh man, I really wanted to see what the future was looking like. I guess I'll just have to wait. It'll happen eventually, right?
It's probably a possibility in the very, 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 very distant future.
Oh
There's
no,
probably
wait.
a bunch more other berries in there, but
Like right now's the future? No, now it's the past.
it's true. You've got a point there, sir.
So, Jymbo and Araza, you're still in the room. Grimm, do you return to the place on the floor, or do you go back to Kresk to meet up with Warren and Vasilka and them?
I would give it like maybe like 20 minutes if no one else came through, or maybe 10 minutes. If no one else follows through, I would head back down and meet up with Warren to see what's she thinking.
So in that regard, then I'll go back to Jymbo and Araza, because I need to know what they're going to do to get out of this room, or where they're going to intend to go, because we know where Sorin's at.
Question.
Yes.
The last part of my part, but I have quickly sent a spell to Warren, as in like the sending spell, my friend.
Oh, the sending spell? Okay.
Yes. I only have 25 words, but
Would that work if I'm in the future and he's in the past?
Okay, so this isn't Samurai Jack. You're all in the same time frame. there's no future. There's no past.
Oh,
you're all existing in the same.
Oh no, I 100% knew that. But it's way funnier.
It is way funnier. But the fact that everyone else was like, "Wait a minute, no." So the range is unlimited on sending. So yes, as you're running, because you wouldn't be able to do it within that action of you escaping that building, Sorin. But once you've gotten out and you hear the vampires scream as they go hunting, then you could cast it. So yeah.
Okay. Daggone, dude, I'm like freaking shaking right now. Anyways, you hear Sorin panicked and said, I'm in Valakai. Was teleported here from the room, escaped a coffin house, and 6 vampire spawns on the loose in Valakai. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, because your last 3 yeahs, if you added those, that was your 25.
No.
So yeah, Warren, you get this panicked message loud and clear about what Sorin just told you. Vampire spawn loose from Valaki.
What? Like, why me of all people?
You don't even know about the room.
What room?
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't know about the room.
What's happening?
All of a sudden, he's getting messages. All he knows is the ghost of Sorin haunting him.
It is I, Sorin from the past.
Ooh. You can answer. You can answer, but unfortunately it's like he sends to you, you can respond to the message, but then he would have to cast it again in order to, explain further.
What are you talking about?
No response because I have no more third level spells.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's out of thirds. He cast invisibility, and then he doesn't have any more. So yeah, so
What?
you
What
don't
was that?
you don't get
What?
any more response. It's just silence, radio silence.
What was that?
You just get this random message from Sorin. Meanwhile, okay.
New phone, who dis?
So Sorin is in Valaki. Grimm is heading back down to Kresk to meet with Warren and Vasilka. So again, Jymbo and Araza, my dearest friends, you are you're still in the room. No one has returned yet. Or at all.
We're probably playing like rock, paper, scissors or something.
Oh no, I have my hands in my back pocket.
Yeah, we can still play rock, paper, scissors. You'll just have to tell me what you throw. But
He's cheating. It's paper every time.
It's always sword. It's always sword.
So, Jymbo, it's been some time. Should we just head back to the church?
I mean, that seems like the most sensible thing, since I guess it's not time travel, and Sorin did not create a paradox, so we should go find the party.
I agree with you. Are you ready?
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
I got a question though. What does a paradox have to do with time travel?
That's a very good question for somebody smarter than me.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty foul question, but we should go.
Yes.
Paradox. It's a foul question. Oh, Goldie, oh my god. It's so good. That's good.
I pick up the indigo stone
Okay.
and I throw it into the brazier
All right. The fire becomes indigo.
and I push Jymbo towards it.
Jymbo takes a hand out of his pocket because he's assuming he's allowed to, and puts his hand in the fire.
Okay. You are teleported back to you're teleported back to the area in the Abbey. And the timer starts, but the flame remains indigo, Araza.
Take one look around the room
Mm-hmm.
and I touch the flame.
Okay, you touch the flame. Boof, you disappear. And you are standing next to Jymbo. There's no one in sight. No Warren, no Vasilka, no Grimm, no Sorin, no Rusty.
No, Rusty should still be there.
I said what I said.
Oh.
Well, nobody's here. Where do you think everyone went? Back to the house?
That is a very big possibility. It is pretty dark.
Yes, it's extremely dark at this point. The moon is high enough in the sky to be noticeable.
I guess if we run into trouble, you got that magic light.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. So we should be good to make it back to the house, right?
Sure. I mean, what bad things have ever happened to us? We're certainly not cursed.
This is true. Well, you can take your hands out of your pockets now.
Oh, okay.
Because, you might need them in case something comes out and scares us and you need to smack it with your sword.
Jymbo has his sword out.
So, as Araza and Jymbo, you start to have to, obviously you have to scale some of the rubble to get to a certain point to where you can like walk within the remnants of the courtyard of the Abbey and head back towards the little switchback road that leads back to Kresk. You notice something you hadn't seen before. You see you see a greave. You see a gauntlet. You see a sundered chest plate. And discarded off somewhere next to some rubble in some hard-packed snow, you see a helm. Inside that helm is a chicken cowering, trying to remain quiet, as 3 misshapen looking beasts start slamming pieces of metal against stone. It doesn't hurt when you're not flesh and blood, but the sounds that echo out from the stone as Rusty's armored parts are forcibly broken against it sound like the splintering of bone. It echoes out in the absent courtyard. And as the two of you scale the rubble and witness all of this happening, the 3 creatures turn their eyes towards you, gleaming with malice or madness. And they take up a very offensive posture. One that most creatures take when they're backed into a corner, but there's plenty of room to run. Why would they take up this position? One of the creatures waves Rusty's arm above his head as if it's a flail and barks something unintelligible at you. The other 2 sprint off to either side, almost in a pincer formation, as this creature charges the 2 of you. The other 2 running to either side. What do you do?
Let me look at something real quick.
How far away am I from all this?
Oh, you're down the switchback already.
Well, I don't
not
have
that one.
anything I can do reaction-wise with key points. I guess we're slightly outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Araza, what do you think?
Do I have enough time to cast a spell?
You have enough time to cast a spell.
Okay. Let me see. How big is this spell? Okay. I'm gonna say, Jymbo, make sure you stay within 15 feet of me. And I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. As you cast Spirit Guardians, I need everyone to roll not everyone, just Jymbo and Araza to roll initiative.
22.
22. Okay.
At 12.
You got a 12. Okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 13 minus 1.
Okie dokie. That's fine. So it is Jymbo, one of the creatures, Araza, and then the other two creatures. So Araza, you cast your spell Shield Guardian or Spirit Guardians.
Yes.
So that brings us to the top of the round, Jymbo. It is your turn.
Oh, do you guys know what the spell Spirit Guardians does?
You should explain it to us just in case we do not know. I know it has a radius, and if anything gets close to you, it does damage.
Yeah, so it's protective spirits flitter around you in a 15-foot emanation for the duration. It's concentration up to 10 minutes. If I'm good or neutral, they're angelic or fey looking. If I'm evil, they're pure fiendish. But when I cast a spell, I can designate creatures to be unaffected by it, which is why I told Jymbo, stay within 15 feet of me. Any other creature's speed is halved in the emanation, and whenever a creature enters the space or ends its turn there, the creature must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3d8 radiant damage. On a successful save, it takes half as much.
Okay.
Creature makes the save only once per turn.
Okay.
Okay. Jymbo takes his bow out,
All right.
and I am going to be doing 2 shots at the one rushing at me.
Okay. So, the way that they're moving, again, they're coming in as a pincer formation. So wherever you and Araza, I assume if you're standing side by side, one is coming to one side of you guys and the other is coming to the other side. So I'm assuming you're going for the one coming towards your side, Jymbo. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It is still at least 30 feet out. It's still 30 feet out from where it's going to connect with you guys. So you still have time and space to make it there, or to hit them before they get to you.
Okay. Does a 14 do it?
A 14 hits.
Oh, okay. This is going to be a lot of dice. So it is a D8 plus 4, a D4, and a D6.
Okie dokie.
So 10.
Okay.
Plus 1.
For 11.
Plus 6 for 17 altogether.
17 on that. You down that creature. It takes the arrow, and you see it sprinting, and it's kind of like loping like a coyote towards you on all fours as its human mouth is it's got these two odd tusks. One is sticking out at an angle that looks like it might like impale it, and then the other is sticking, like jutting straight out from its jaw. But as your arrow connects with it, it face plants into the rubble, and it like when most people wreck their skateboards and their legs go up, their legs kind of scorpion, and he just falls flat. So that creature is dead.
Okay. Attack 2. Jymbo pulls back his bow, and a arrow of pure force flies out of it, and let's do a hit DC or a hit dice.
Okay.
8 with
8.
a 1.
8 does not hit. 11 was your number. Would you like to use one of your inspirations?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how dangerous this thing will be.
Okay, then roll that one again.
Okay, that's an 18.
18 hits.
So 12
Okay.
plus 2, so 14.
Okay.
Plus 1, so 15.
15. That creature is not dead, but you do slow it a bit as your arrow catches it in the leg. Its little hooved donkey leg kicks and spasms as it's like trying to shake the arrow out of it. But that it's still up. It is still up. So do you have any more actions or
I do. I'm actually. You know what? I hit it, so it's probably upset with me. I'm going to use a key point and do patient defense, which lets me take the dodge action.
okay. Patient defense is up. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. It is the creature's turn. It is scrambling towards you. It enters the spirit guardian radius. It needs to make a wisdom saving throw. These creatures do not have very high wisdom. So, what is the saving throw that they need to make, Araza?
So they make the wisdom saving throw at the end of their turn. Or no, wait. Whenever the creature enters it, yeah. Okay. Wisdom saving throw. Looks like it's a DC 14.
Okay. It has a -1. I rolled a 14 on the die. That makes it a 13. So he fails. How much damage does he take?
3d8 radiant damage. One, 2, 3d8. Roll it. 4, 6, 12, 13 points of damage.
13 point. That is enough. Okay, so it comes into contact with these angelic spirits that kind of encircle you and Jymbo to keep the two of you safe. And just as it reaches up, like it bounds forward, puts itself up into the air, and comes down like it's going to bring this bear claw down onto Jymbo and rake him across the face. But the angelic guardian collides with his stomach and pushes the creature back. It stumbles and is sent sprawling across the rocks, and it's dead.
No.
So that was its turn. Araza, it is your turn because that was your spirit guardians that went because it was enacted. So it is your turn. There is the one creature left that is still flailing around Rusty's arm, farther away from the two of you. He's probably about 40 feet away.
40 feet away?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to... maybe just make sure. Oh yeah, this is in one action, so I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at it.
Okay.
Roll to hit. I get a +6.
Okay.
That's a 16 total.
16 total. Your target number is 13 because this one has alligator skin.
Oh.
So you hit. Roll damage.
4d6. So I cast it at level 1.
Okay.
$16 points of damage.
16 points. It is still up.
Okay. Next attack against it gets advantage.
Okay. It is the creature's turn. I am going to roll a percentile die because I need to see what it wants to do. Does it stay and fight or does it run away? It stays and fights. It sets down Rusty's arm and grabs a piece of rock with both hands, and its muscles swell for a moment as it spins and basically shot puts a large piece of masonry towards you. He only has a +4 to hit, so let me see if he hits you, Araza. That is a 13.
My AC's 15.
Okay, so a large piece of masonry comes sailing and lands short just in front of you guys. After doing so, it picks up the arm and it waves it around again. That'll bring us back to Jymbo. Jymbo, it's your turn.
Remember, Jymbo, you have advantage
Oh yeah.
on your first attack.
Okay, well I have a 25.
Okay.
Or a 17, so
Both hit. So, obviously we'll take the 25.
so 6 plus 7.
Okay.
I mean plus 1, so 7. Plus 1, so 8.
just a bunch of back-to-back ones. So how do you end this creature's life, Jymbo? As it's flailing around Rusty's arm.
Well, Jymbo is very upset. His friend just basically got ripped to pieces. So Jymbo is aiming for its eye with his 25,
Okay.
since it's got alligator skin, and the bolt of pure force enters the eye of the alligator skin creature and comes out neatly out the back of its head, and it just slumps to the ground.
Okay. So you end that creature, and you watch as its body just again slumps to the ground, and then the arm of Rusty is like in the throes of death. The creature does not let go of that arm.
Jymbo walks up to it and steps on its head, grabs Rusty's arm.
Okay.
You deserve better, my friends.
Are we out of initiative?
Yes.
I go over and pick up Betty. Try and calm her down.
Okay. You pick up the chicken, and as the chicken is clucking, it calms down because the creatures that were assailing it are gone. They've been dispatched. So what do you guys do? There's parts
Jymbo.
of Rusty all over the place.
Jymbo is collecting the pieces of Rusty. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
Same. I will wait and help collect what I can while still holding Betty.
That's very nice of you.
Oh, I thought you were dead.
Yeah.
No, just went to pieces.
So we can put you back together?
I mean, I guess so. I'm enchanted, remember?
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Jymbo, do we have all the pieces?
Do I have all the pieces?
Yeah, you said you took as long as it took. Yes, you have all the pieces.
I think so. Man, I feel beside myself, but I think Rusty is literally beside himself.
I mean, I was beside myself, and then also beside myself, and behind myself. You know what it's like to be in front of yourself?
No, I don't think so.
So, did those things just surprise you, Rusty?
Yeah, I heard a noise and I was trying to make sure everything was okay, and then all of a sudden, they snatched me up, swung me around like a rag doll, and did you see the one with the big old arms? Man, he, well, let's just say I have a few more dents and dings than what I did before.
Oh yeah, I desummoned my spirit guardians, by the way.
Okay.
Is everyone okay? Where's everybody else? Did they run?
Oh, Warren and Vasilka, they went back down to the house, and then Grimm showed up, and I sent him down to meet up with Warren and Vasilka, and I was going to stay behind and make sure everything was okay. Well, everything wasn't okay because, well, obviously I got torn to pieces. But I'm okay.
Sorin didn't make it back?
He's not with you?
No. All right, Jymbo, we gotta take Rusty and his parts and Betty back to the house, and we gotta talk to everybody.
I mean, I kind of figure that. I don't want to go, risk doing the paradox with Rusty. I mean, he's already in pieces, and we have a chicken, and you know how chickens and ducks don't get along.
Oh yes, especially if we have a pair of ducks.
Better than a pair of clucks, right?
But speaking of which, I don't think I've ever seen ducks yet here in Barovia.
No. I've never seen a duck myself.
Huh.
I mean, maybe if you would have ducked, you wouldn't have been ripped to pieces.
I lost my head, didn't I?
Well, all right, now that Betty's calmed down, let's make our way to the house.
So,
and we can put you back together, Rusty.
Eventually, and obviously with the exception of Sorin, everyone arrives at your estate within Kresk. Warren, you're in there with Vasilka. Grimm, you arrive not that long after. And much later, Araza and Jymbo are carrying the assorted pieces of armor that comprise Rusty and your chicken. And they just waltz through the door. What do the four of you do?
What happened? Like, where did you guys go?
I mean, we didn't really go anywhere. We sat in the room for a while, and then Sorin took the magic door that said it went to the past, but he wouldn't let me come because of some ducks. So then we decided that we wanted to leave. We came out. Rusty had been torn to pieces by this alligator fella and a couple other fellas. So we had to put them down. And I was real sad because Rusty was dead, but then he wasn't dead. So we gathered him up, and then we came down here, and then you started asking what was going on, and I explained it to you.
I walk over to Warren.
Araza, how much of this is true?
Listen, I'll believe anything that Jymbo says.
I walk over to Warren and I hand Warren Betty. Can you calm her down just a little bit more? She's a little traumatized about what happened to Rusty. It was very...
Yeah, I'll calm down Belina, yeah.
Oh, Belina.
Okay. Belina, yeah. Betty's the horse. All the bee names.
Tom is the horse. Tom is the horse.
Yeah, Tom is the horse. Yeah, you have two horses. You took the hag's horse, whose name is Betty.
Oh, okay.
So you've got two horses, and then you got the chicken. You got the makings of a good farm. But yes. So make an animal handling check, Warren.
17.
She's calm. It doesn't take much to calm down the chicken. You give her a little bit of feed and she's fine.
That and chickens really calm down when you like rub like their chest, and you actually if you rock a chicken, like literally, it'll help calm them down. So she probably falls asleep.
She does.
This is evening time, right?
Oh yes, it's late.
Okay. So I'm gonna be like, all right, let me explain everything over some food, and I cast create food and water for everybody,
Okay.
so we can all eat and get our nourishment, and still have food for next day.
Jymbo mentioned something about a room. I got a weird head message from Sorin.
Oh, so you
Oh,
heard
no.
from Sorin? 'Cause-
Yeah, he sounded really panicked, and player-wise, Val doesn't remember the message. So if DM could just
So the gist of the message was Sorin is panicked, mentioned that he got teleported somewhere, ended up in a room filled with vampires. Now vampires are loose.
I did say in Valakai.
In Valaki, yes.
Yeah.
Soren's in Valaki?
that's what the urgent mind message was. That's what he told me. I don't know why he'd reach out to me if you guys followed him.
I'm just
So-
really happy he wouldn't let me follow him because I don't like Velaki very much.
Yeah, but maybe we should follow him before vampires catch up to him and kill him.
But if we go back to the room with the brazier that will teleport you to different parts of Barovia, and we follow him through the green, he did say he ended up in a room full of vampires.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to go into a room full of vampires?
Yeah, I don't. But what is this room? Like, you said it's like a teleportation room?
That's what it looks like. It's
And
Like-
it kind of does that.
yeah.
Like, where does it take you?
It takes you to different places. It's kind of like a cryptic message. Like purple will lead you to like this mountain spire. Orange will lead you to like a castle. Red takes you to the future, I think. Green will take you to the
future is
past. Indigo takes you back here. Blue leads you to nature. And yellow to the wizard's tower.
I think blue was the womb.
Probably. I'm going based off my memory because I didn't write everything down when we were there.
No, it's all right.
I mean, if green takes you to the past, if we went through it to try to follow Sorin, would it take us to our past? That's the question.
That is a very good question.
But I am curious about you said one leads you to a mountain and something about nature or something. I'm wondering if one of those will take us closer to the Amber Temple. That way we can just do what we need to do for Agatha quickly. It's just how do we
That's-
get back though? That's my other concern.
It's possible, but yeah, I mean, we wouldn't know how we'd get back to the teleport room from there, because if what happened to Sorin happens to us at the temple, then we'd be walking back anyways
So I don't
without the horse and cart.
I don't know if Sorin actually went to the past, because didn't he use some kind of spell to talk to you?
Listen, I don't know about this fandangled magic hoopla. I don't know how he did it. I don't know why he would reach out to me again if, if you guys followed him, wouldn't he try to reach out to one of you?
I'm just nervous if we wait around that we're just having Soren fight off a bunch of vampires alone. You kind of got
Well,
two options, I think. Try race there by cart or teleport there.
so the
Again,
thing is,
the
if
whole
he's
past thing. Sorry. I
oh,
was just gonna
go
say
ahead, go ahead.
the whole past thing, again, is it linked to the person teleporting? Because what if each of us go through the past thing and we all get separated? Like, whose past are we going back to?
I have an idea. What if we tie ropes around our waists before we go, and then we can follow the... No, wait, that's not going to work, is it?
Yeah, because you have to touch the fire. But if he said he's in Vallaki, Vallaki is a very populated place. And if the hags are still there, then maybe they could handle the vampire spawn. But Vallaki will probably go on lockdown again.
More like
Yeah.
lockdown.
Yeah.
I would say, and what was it? One of the teleport things takes you to a castle? Like, is that Strahd's castle?
No clue, really.
Yeah.
Unless there's any other castles around Barovia we don't know about. So,
Blue leads to ancient magic's womb. Maybe that's the temple that Agatha wants us to go to.
that's a possibility.
But I mean, we have to
Yeah.
go down south that way anyways to get, I think, what was it, a sword?
Yeah.
In Salinka Pass. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there were any other points that would take us, like, again, I don't know how magic works.
Araza, you're getting a phone call.
I am.
Jesus. Where's it at? A much
Is that what
better
I hear?
version.
Yeah,
No.
you
No.
hear you get a sending. You get sending.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
in
I stopped mid sentence and I'm like, what?
I'm in the Blue Water Inn in Vallaki. I'm in Vallaki. Vampire spawns on the loose in town. Please come. Greenstone bad. There you go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Sorin's in Vallaki. He let loose some vampire spawn. He's at the Blue Water Inn. He wants us to come get him.
So he wants us to clean up his mess. Again.
Yes, that's what it
Dang.
sounds like. Do I have any way of communicating back with him?
Yeah. You can respond back, but he would have to cast sending again to respond to whatever you send to him.
Okay. Let me. So, do I have a 25 word limit?
Yes.
Okay.
Warren's before, it was just like, what is going on? That was pretty much the response that Sorin
It's like getting a drunk voicemail.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna respond back.
Okay.
How many spawn is city on alert? That's 7 words. Not sure if we should teleport. Can you hold out until we arrive? I think that's 16 or 21.
That was 20.
think you're
That
20.
was 20.
Okay.
You've got 5 more words.
Let us know soon. 24. There we go.
Okay. That's the response that you get, Sorin.
On my way to the Blue Water Inn, I probably would have let guards know about that. So,
Okay, so as you are, you let them know.
as I am? No.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh no, I don't have this guy's self. Oh no!
So as you are, you let them know.
No. No. Screw it. No.
Do you just go to the
Hold
inn?
up.
You just go to the
Hood
inn?
up to the end. Hood up to the end.
Okay. I had to ask.
Are you still invisible?
I never cast invisibility.
You did when you entered
you cast
the...
it initially, but he had to break it to
okay.
to do his other stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
To
What?
live.
Yeah, anyway.
He had to drop it to live.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So yeah, you go back to the Blue Water Inn and you go to the safe room that the owner and whatnot had shown you guys before. You are safe there. You are safe there because it is overlooked by the ravens. But everyone else is you guys are days apart.
Or seconds.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're seconds apart, but
I am not going through that magic room. No. You guys can. I'm not.
yeah, there are days between your reuniting, your re-arrival, your I'm not sure the word, but
Rescue.
reunion, there it is. Your days between your reunion. But you've located one of the items in which you were told to seek out. Whether you wish to seek out the rest is, again, up to you.
Hey, Grimm, you still have the gem to get in touch with Miss Agatha, right?
Yes.
Can I borrow it?
Sure.
Okay.
I start shaking it.
I forgot about that.
Oh, hello. Is this thing on?
Hey, Granny.
Oh,
Hi, Miss
Warren.
Agatha.
Oh, you sweet little dear. How are ya?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Are you and Constance okay?
Oh, yes, we've made our way back to the mill. We've had to make some more pies.
Oh, okay. Because one of our companions went through this weird magic thing. You know about way more about magic than I do, Granny.
A teleportation room is what I yell.
Yep, that.
Oh, that sounds awful fancy.
We got you on speaker.
Oh, okay. Hello, dearies. Hello.
Apparently, according to Sorin, there are vampires in Vallaki. I didn't know if you and Miss Constance were aware of that during your last visit.
Well, they don't bother us many, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we kind of, you know, in a land run by a vampire, I assume there's vampires around. Not to be the smart end of a mule's ass, you know.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure that you and Miss Constance were okay.
Oh no, we're fine, dearie. We're so fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, we're in Kresk. You know, we got one of the things done on our to-do list.
Oh, good. What about Beatrix?
Oh, she's fine. You know, she's safe. We're just trying to figure out how to get reunited That way it doesn't put a damper on our errand for you there. So since there's vampires running amok now in Valaki, that's probably going to put them in a lockdown, which means we're probably not going to be able to get in.
Well, I don't know about that. Those vampires, they're not going to make much of a ruckus outside of probably just eating a few people. They're just going to feed and leave. Where were their coffins at?
Can I describe the best of my memory from what Sorin said?
Sorin really didn't tell you where the coffins were. He just said that he ended up in a room with coffins.
Well, shit. It's like, well, that I never really got the details on that, Granny.
Well, I mean, they're not going to jeopardize their own safety. And if they've been operating out of Valaki, they've been able to get in and out pretty well with the gates closed, whether or not. So, either way, I don't think you have to worry about not being able to get in.
Okay, good to know. I kind of like gesture to Araza, Grimm, and Jymbo if they have any questions for Granny about like maybe the magic room or anything, since
So I described to Miss Agatha the room that we were in and asked her if she's heard or seen this room.
Yeah, well, I know that there's been one instance where some little troublemaker decided to make their way, and I'm pretty sure that I've heard of someone messing around with that kind of stuff. But not sure if they're still kicking.
But you've never seen this room yourself?
Oh, gods no. I could, no.
Would anything about like the words ancient magic's womb ring a bell for you?
Ancient magic's womb? Let's see here. Well, ancient magic, well, that'd probably be the Amber Temple. That's what I would say. That's the only place here in Barovia that's got any magic older than those who wield it.
That's what I figured, but I wanted to run it by you, Granny, because you know what you're talking about. You know.
You're giving me wisdom beyond my years, dearie. You're so sweet, such a sweet young lad.
So based on what you're saying, Miss Agatha, is if we go back to this teleportation room and we teleport to Ancient Magic's womb, then we could finish your assignment that you gave to us a lot faster.
Aye, it seems that way.
But we would probably have to take the long way back.
Well, I don't know exactly how this magic tends to work, but, I mean, assumedly so, if your friend, who's trapped in Valaki, if he were to go back to where the teleporter had brought him, just hypothetically speaking, I'm just an old lady, what do I know? But if I did that, then he might end up back in that strange room, and then he might be able to meet up with you again. But I don't know if it works two ways. It's not like a straw, where you can flip one end around and still get the use out of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It might be more like a spud gun or something. A one-way trip.
Okay. Thank you so much for the insight, Granny. I'm sorry if this was if this was late, if I'm,
Oh, goodness, no. We do our best
interrupting
work at
anything.
night. We do our best work at night.
I'm sure you do. But yeah, we'll put our heads together on this, and we'll be in touch soon.
Oh, and Miss Agatha, how's your leg doing? Did you keep it properly elevated until the bruising
yes,
went
dearie.
away?
Oh, the bruising's done and gone, and I'm able to skip around like I was a spry young lass once more, which means to say not at all. It's fine. My leg is fine.
Just making sure.
I appreciate the concern. You're such good children. You really are. I don't know why anyone would ever think otherwise. It's not like you go hurling fireballs into someone's home.
Right? Who would do such a thing like that? That's rude.
But anyways, dearie, I've got a hair sweater to knit, so I hope you'll have a fantastic rest of your night. I'll speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
You too, Granny.
And she hangs up.
All right. So, since the three of you have seen this room,
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea, and you tell me if the parameters would work.
I will try my best.
Since this seems to be one-way teleportation, this fire you were talking about, would it be big enough for a horse and wagon to go through?
So it's a timer. We choose the stone, put it in the brazier, and we have, give or take, 3 minutes
Yes.
for as many people to touch the flame.
Yeah, so whatever touches the flame goes through.
So here's my question. Is it one-way teleportation, though? Because somehow we got into the room through the way that we got back from the room. So that means at least one of the portals is two-way. Do you think Sorin actually tried to get back?
He might have been just running for his life if he had vampires chasing him and stuff, looking around to get back.
I mean, if he tries it during the day when they're asleep, would that maybe be easier?
Yeah, it could be.
We could
Araza,
have him
would you?
try.
I was just gonna say, Araza, maybe send that message to him.
I think Sorin is the only one with the sending spell.
Well, let me check. Maybe I could prep it.
In the meantime, can I try to put Rusty back together with his own assistance?
Yeah, he tells you that the arm bone's connected to the leg bone, but he's not made of bone, so it's a little bit different. Yeah, so you can reconstruct Rusty. But as you're getting all that figured out, because we are nearing time, we find ourselves with a split party. We find ourselves with one who is returned to Vallaki, and others who have found their way back to their home in Kresk. There's a palpable anticipation that lingers in the air, especially with the realization that this teleportation room, as it were, enables someone to go pretty much to various places around Barovia. But there's another more sinister thought that kind of hangs in the back of your minds. This room exists, But who does this room exist for? And it becomes apparent that he is the land, and he is the land for a reason. He comes and goes as he pleases. And unlike most of his kind, he doesn't need to be invited in. And I think that's where we're going to end for the night.
Oh, man.
We found someone's cheat codes.
Also, we let the hags know.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't tell her how to get to it.
No, you didn't tell her how to get to it. But now she's aware of it.
I do have access to sending, so I'd have to prep it for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we can prep it for next time and send a message to Sorin. Poor Sorin. I was scared. He teleports into the room with 6 vampires. I'm like, okay.
To tell you the truth, within the amount of times that I've played Curse of Strahd, I have never once messed with that room. So I did not expect it to send me to that place. I know what that place is, but I'm not going to say what that place is.
So, in any case, we were talking about next week. I'm having some family come in next week for the holiday. So, I don't know when they're going to be there, because they're not going to be here on the 25th or the 26th, probably closer to the weekend. So we more than likely will not have a game on the 27th. So that'd be next week. The 3rd, there's also an event that I'm wanting to attend myself. So I'm going to have to say that the 3rd we will not be playing either. However, I would like to see if we can plan ahead to the 10th. I don't know, that's a little ways out into the new year, but just want to make sure that that's good with everybody.
Yeah, that should be good for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
As
same.
far as I know, that I should be good for the 10th.
Okay.
Likewise.
Same.
Okay. So tentatively we will adjourn for this is the last Strahd for 2024, and we will move into 2025 with hopefully a reunion party, and we get everyone back together somehow.
Yeah, we gotta get the band back together.
Yeah, I gotta get the band back together. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and mute Discord. You guys, I know it's late, so if you can't stick around, obviously understandable. If you need me, send me a message. But thank you, players, for a fantastic game. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
It was very good.
Yes, indeedy.
It was
Okay.
fun.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna mute Discord. So guys, have a good night. I will do my little raid out thing, and we'll go from there. All right, they are muted. So, guys, chat, thank you all so much. We need to find out who we are going to raid. Let me mute this. Wow. Oh, what a fantastic night. That was a very fun time. That was a very, very, very fun time. Who can we go see? I think we can drop in on... How long has Rika been streaming? 4 hours? No, she's probably going to get ready to finish here soon. So friends, we won't be having any more D&D for Curse of Strahd for the rest of the year. However, tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be running for the DYS crew for War Beyond the Wall. So I hope you guys will stop by and watch that. Let's see. You know what? We're gonna drop in on Siri. Siri, she is playing Dragon Age Inquisition as a brand new playthrough. She's a friend of the channel, Sphinx VTuber, very fantastic person. So we're going to go ahead and drop in on her. So friends, we're going to go with the good old fashioned Viking read. If you have my emotes, use whatever emotes you have. Please be polite, read the room, and as always, please be polite to the streamer we're about to drop in on. They might be in the middle of something and may not be able to respond to us right away. I'm sure they'll get to us if they can when they can. If you like the streamer's content, please give them a follow. If you really like their content, give them a subscribe. You're not required to do either, but do remember, a follow is free. All right, and we will be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. So in the meantime, guys, stay safe, eat well, stay hydrated. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.